Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient sword of Godric Gryffindor wept rust-like blood tears. Its once gleaming silver surface now marred with crimson corruption that spread across the blade like veins of dark magic. Headmistress McGonagall stood motionless before the ornate glass case in her tower office, her weathered face reflecting both disbelief and ancient dread as she watched the legendary artifact decay before her eyes. Beyond the arched windows of Hogwarts, a scarlet mist crawled up the stone walls of the astronomy tower, devouring the starlight and suffocating the enchantments that had protected the school for a millennium. "It has begun," came a voice from the doorway, quiet yet resonant with terrible certainty. Professor Thaddeus Grimsbane stepped into the circular chamber, his dark robes billowing despite the absence of wind. With his silver-streaked hair and eyes that shifted between stormy grey and midnight blue, he cut an imposing figure for a history of magic professor, a stark contrast to his ghostly predecessor. "The Founder's curse awakens," he continued, approaching the case with reverence and fear intermingled. "'Tis said just as the ancient texts foretold. When silver turns to blood and mist devours the stars, the final safeguard shall arise to unmake what was wrought in hubris." "A fairy tale, Grimsbane," McGonagall replied, though her voice lacked conviction. "A cautionary legend to frighten first years." "No legend, Headmistress," Thaddeus countered, pressing his palm against the glass. The rust seemed to pulse beneath his touch. "A fail-safe, crafted by the four founders themselves, the ultimate protection spell, designed to destroy Hogwarts should it ever become corrupted beyond salvation." The door swung open again, admitting a tall, imposing witch with obsidian hair pulled into a severe knot at the nape of her neck. Professor Evanora Frost, head of Slytherin House, regarded the rusting sword with narrowed eyes the color of winter ice. "Indeed, the students in the astronomy tower reported that their spells failed mid-incantation, Apu," she said without preamble. "The magical signature is ancient and familiar somehow." "Of course it would feel familiar to you, Professor Frost," Thaddeus said with a knowing glance that made Evanora stiffen. "Blood recognizes blood after all." McGonagall's eyes darted between them. "Explain yourself, Grimsbane." Thaddeus stepped away from the sword, his expression grave. "I wasn't hired merely for my knowledge of magical history, Headmistress. I am what the ancients called a lingua incantamentorum, a tongue of spells. We perceive the underlying structure of magic itself, reading enchantments as others read books." "A long-extinct ability," Evanora scoffed, though her pale complexion had grown paler still. "Nearly extinct," Thaddeus corrected, "just as nearly extinct as those carrying the direct bloodlines of both Slytherin and Gryffindor in their veins." Evanora's wand appeared in her hand with startling speed. "You dare!" "We haven't time for secrets or threats," Thaddeus interrupted, unperturbed by the wand pointed at his heart. "The curse has awakened, and it will consume Hogwarts entirely within a fortnight unless we act. And we cannot act without acknowledging what we are." McGonagall stepped between them, her own wand drawn. "The students must be evacuated by morning." Thaddeus finished. But that won't stop the curse. Nothing will, save for understanding and unraveling it. The scarlet mist beyond the windows thickened, obscuring the stars and casting the office in an eerie blood-red glow. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses stirred anxiously in their frames. "How?" McGonagall demanded. Thaddeus glanced at Evanora meaningfully. The curse was woven from the essence of all four founders, its key lies scattered, fragments of memory embedded in personal artifacts the founders concealed across Britain. We must retrieve them, understand the true nature of the curse, and find a way to counteract it. "And why should I trust you with such a quest?" Evanora asked, her wand unwavering. Thaddeus smiled thinly. "Because, Professor Frost, I am the last Grimsbane, descended from Artemis Grimsbane, trusted confidant of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. The Keepers of Secrets, sworn to intervene should the curse ever arise. And I suppose you've always known about my heritage." Evanora's voice was deadly quiet. "Your unique bloodline is why you were drawn to Hogwarts, why you excel in both cunning and courage, why you alone among the staff can sense the magic fading. The curse calls to you, as it calls to all descendants of the founders." For a long moment, silence reigned, broken only by the distant howl of wind around the astronomy tower and the soft hiss of rust consuming ancient steel. "Very well," McGonagall finally said. "I will organize the evacuation. But understand this. If Hogwarts falls, the heart of Britain's magical community falls with it." 3 days later, with Hogwarts standing empty and shrouded in sickly crimson fog, Thaddeus and Evanora stood on the precipice of a forgotten cave beneath Tintagel Castle, where the salt-laden winds of Cornwall battered ancient stone. Helga Hufflepuff's golden cup was never merely a relic of fair division, Thaddeus explained, as they ventured deeper into the cave, wand light illuminating crystalline formations that resonated with dormant magic. It was also a vessel of memory. Hufflepuff's doubts about the enchantments they were weaving into Hogwarts' foundations. Evanora's footsteps echoed against stones slick with seawater. "Wizardry, you still haven't explained why the curse has awakened now, after all these centuries." Thaddeus hesitated before responding. The founders feared that Hogwarts might one day become a seat of corruption rather than learning. They created the curse as a failsafe, but I believe they misunderstood the nature of corruption. They reached a natural chamber where moonlight filtered through a crack in the ceiling, illuminating a circular pool of still water. At its center rested a plinth of polished stone, empty save for a circular indentation. "Helga's chalice once rested here," Thaddeus murmured, running his fingers along the worn stone, "until Tom Riddle defiled it as a Horcrux. Then the memory is lost," Evanora concluded. "Not lost, merely transformed." Thaddeus knelt beside the pool, dipping his fingertips into the crystal-clear water. When the cup was destroyed, the memory it contained dispersed into the surrounding magic. Water remembers. Professor Frost. He began to whisper in a language older than Latin, his voice resonating with the crystals surrounding them. The pool's surface trembled, then swirled, rising into a column of liquid that gradually assumed the shape of a matronly woman with kind eyes and a resolute expression, Helga Hufflepuff, rendered in transparent water. "We have woven destruction into creation," the watery apparition spoke, its voice bubbling and distant, "a safeguard against the darkness that may one day consume our beloved school. But I fear what we guard against may not come from within our walls, but from the very earth beneath them. The ancient wellsprings of magic that feed these isles have grown bitter in recent centuries. Should they turn fully corrupt, our curse will awaken, mistaking the school itself as the source of contagion." The apparition dissolved, splashing back into the pool, leaving Thaddeus and Evanora in stunned silence. The corruption is not in Hogwarts, Evanora whispered. It's in the very sources of Britain's magic. Thaddeus nodded grimly. The other artifacts will confirm it. Someone or something has poisoned the magical wellsprings that feed Britain. The curse merely responds to that corruption, attempting to excise what it perceives as the infected tissue. Then we're pursuing the wrong solution, Evanora realized, her eyes widening. We should be seeking the wellsprings, not the remaining artifacts. No, Thaddeus rose to his feet. The artifacts will lead us to the wellsprings. More importantly, they contain the key to cleansing them. His expression darkened, though the price may be higher than either of us is prepared to pay. As they emerged from the cave into the moonlight, a massive silver raven descended from the night sky, its feathers gleaming with an inner light that defied the laws of both magic and nature. It alighted on a nearby outcropping, regarding them with eyes like polished onyx. Ravenclaw's guardian, Thaddeus breathed. They're awakening too. The enormous raven cocked its head, then spoke in a voice of rustling parchment. Blood of the four, freely given, may cleanse what blood of the innocent once tainted. Seek the diadem in the hollow hills, seek the locket in the drowned chapel. Time grows short as magic fails. With a great beating of wings, the silver raven launched itself skyward, dissolving into motes of light against the stars. Evanora turned to Thaddeus, her customary severity replaced by grim determination. Blood of the four, she repeated, a blood sacrifice from descendants of all four founders. Freely given, Thaddeus emphasized. But the ultimate counterpoint to dark magic which takes by force. And how many descendants remain, she asked. Of Slytherin and Gryffindor, you alone carry both bloodlines. Of Ravenclaw, 3 remain scattered across Europe. Of Hufflepuff, perhaps a dozen, though most are unaware of their heritage. Evanora's eyes gleamed with unexpected emotion. Jing, then we must find them all before Hogwarts collapses and takes Britain's magic with it. As they spoke, miles away in the abandoned castle, the sword of Godric Gryffindor crumbled entirely to rust, and the scarlet mist thickened, devouring portraits, classrooms, and enchanted ceilings, erasing 1,000 years of magical history, one ancient stone at a time. In the Chamber of Secrets, long forgotten beneath the school, something ancient stirred in response to the fading magic, neither basilisk nor ghost, but something far older than either. Something that had slumbered since before the founders laid the first stone of Hogwarts, waiting for the day when magic would falter and allow it to rise once more. A primordial guardian of the wellspring, awakening to defend what mortals had unwittingly corrupted, or perhaps to claim it for itself. Story 2. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle whispered secrets that winter night, secrets that had slumbered for a millennium beneath enchanted mortar and weathered granite. As snow fell in ghostly silence upon the towering spires and frost-rimmed battlements, Orion Blackwood stood transfixed before a door that should not exist. The ornate portal had materialized in the middle of the third-floor corridor, its wood darker than midnight and handle gleaming like captured starlight. The room of requirement had broken free of its constraints. Orion's breath clouded before him as the temperature plummeted. At 16, he was tall and shadow-thin, with eyes the color of storm clouds and hair as black as a raven's wing. But it was not his appearance that set him apart from his fellow sixth years. It was the visions that haunted him, glimpses of futures that might be, paths not yet taken. The door swung open of its own accord, releasing a cascade of whispers that echoed through the empty corridor. Against every instinct for self-preservation, Orion stepped through the threshold. Inside lay not the familiar adaptable chamber students used for secret meetings and hidden treasures, but an observatory unlike any in the mortal realm. The ceiling opened to a sky where unfamiliar constellations wheeled in patterns that spoke of distant futures. The walls were lined with hourglasses of every size and shape, each filled with substances that defied categorization. Liquid starlight, crystallized time, captured lightning that forked eternally through amber sand. At the center stood a pedestal bearing a single book bound in what appeared to be woven moonbeams. Its pages turned by themselves, revealing not words but moving images. Hogwarts burning under a blood-red moon, the Black Lake boiling away to reveal an ancient temple beneath, the forbidden forest advancing upon human settlements like an army of wooden soldiers, the very fabric of reality tearing open above the astronomy tower. Troubling visions, are they not, Mr. Blackwood? Orion spun to find Professor Celine regarding him from the doorway. Tall and austere, with silver-streaked hair and eyes of such pale blue, they appeared almost white. She had arrived at Hogwarts only months ago to teach divination after Professor Trelawney's retirement. "I didn't touch anything, Professor," Orion said reflexively. "I know," she replied, her voice carrying an accent he couldn't quite place, ancient yet familiar. "The room called to you, as it has called to others throughout the castle tonight." Apocalyptic visions, each one unique to the beholder. She moved with uncanny grace across the observatory, her midnight blue robes flowing around her like water. As she neared the book, the images shifted, now showing a vast herd of centaurs gathered beneath a celestial alignment. "You've been hiding your gift," she stated, studying the visions dispassionately. A wise precaution, given how the Ministry would exploit a true seer. Orion tensed. "I don't know what you mean." Professor Celine turned to him, and for an instant, so brief he might have imagined it, her eyes reflected starlight like a forest creature's. "Your dreams come true, do they not? Little glimpses of tomorrow that unfold exactly as you witnessed them. Perhaps they frightened you at first, but now you've learned to use them, to navigate pathways of possibility." The truth of her words struck Orion like a physical blow. He had never told anyone, not even his closest friends, about his strange foresight. How could you possibly know that? "Because, Mr. Blackwood, I have waited for you," she said simply. "For nearly 3 centuries, I have walked among wizards in various guises, watching for signs of the last oracle's awakening." Oracle? The word resonated strangely in the chamber, causing several hourglasses to vibrate in harmony. "Far more than a seer," Professor Celine explained, circling the pedestal. "Seers glimpse what may come to pass. Oracles can walk between the strands of time itself, and in rare cases," her gaze locked with his, "alter the weave." The book's pages riffled faster, settling on an image of a young man with Orion's face, standing at a crossroads of light and shadow. Countless versions of Hogwarts Castle spiraling around him like galaxies. "This is madness," Orion whispered, yet he couldn't look away from the visions. The Room of Requirement was never meant to be merely a chamber of hidden things and secret gatherings, Professor Celine continued. It was created as a nexus point, a junction where all possible versions of Hogwarts throughout the multiverse connect. Its creator intended it as a sanctuary and observation post, but over centuries, its true purpose was forgotten. Its creator, Rowena Ravenclaw. Professor Celine's smile held millennia of secrets. History remembers 4 founders, Mr. Blackwood, but there were 5. The 5th's name was struck from record when her ambitions were deemed too dangerous. Moira Timeheart, mistress of temporal magic and creator of the Nexus. A distant groaning echoed through the castle, as though the very foundations were shifting. Outside the room, shouts of confusion and alarm could be heard as students and faculty discovered other manifestations of the room appearing throughout Hogwarts. "Oh, why is this happening now?" Orion asked, struggling to process the revelation. "Because the barriers between realities grow thin," Professor Selene replied grimly. "Something moves between worlds, seeking to collapse all timelines into one, a single reality where magic serves only its dark purpose. The room manifests visions of this apocalypse as a warning." With a gesture of her hand, the observatory transformed around them. The walls dissolved, revealing a spiraling staircase that descended far deeper than the castle's foundations should allow, illuminated by flames that burned in impossible colors. "You must make a choice, Orion Blackwood," Professor Selene said, her form seeming to shimmer at the edges. With deliberate movements, she reached up and unwound a glamour charm that had concealed her true nature. Where a human woman had stood moments before, there now towered a centaur with a coat the color of midnight and eyes filled with celestial light. "The paths of destiny converge upon you," she continued, her voice resonating with new depth. "My kind foresaw this moment when humans still dwelled in caves. I abandoned my herd to watch over the nexus until the oracle would awaken. That time is now." Orion stared at the transformed professor, understanding washing over him in waves. The odd grace, the ancient knowledge, the strange accent, all suddenly explained. "You want me to go down there," he said, glancing at the spiraling staircase, "to the nexus. I can guide you to it, but the choice must be yours," Selene answered. "To turn away is to allow the collapse of all possible worlds into darkness. To descend is to accept your role as the last oracle, to stand as guardian at the crossroads of reality." Another tremor shook the castle, and through the windows, Orion glimpsed multiple versions of the astronomy tower phasing in and out of existence, sometimes whole, sometimes ruined, sometimes transformed into structures of impossible geometry. Drawing a deep breath, Orion stepped toward the staircase. "Show me." They descended for what seemed like hours, though time flowed strangely in the spiraling passage. The steps were ancient stone, worn smooth by footfalls that might have happened centuries ago, or might never have occurred at all. Along the walls, scenes from 1,000 possible Hogwarts played out like living paintings, some familiar, others alien beyond comprehension. "The fifth founder created the Nexus to observe the multiverse," Selene explained as they descended. She believed that by studying all possible outcomes, one might find the ideal path, the timeline where magic and humanity achieved their highest potential. "What went wrong?" Orion asked, unable to tear his eyes from a vision of Hogwarts as a crystal citadel floating among the clouds. Moira glimpsed something between the worlds, an entity older than time itself, feeding on collapsed possibilities. She sought to bind it, but the other founders feared her methods. They branded her a dark witch, struck her name from history, and sealed away her greatest creation. At last, they reached the bottom of the staircase, entering a vast spherical chamber that defied the castle's architecture. At its center floated a crystalline orb the size of a Quidditch pitch, within which miniature versions of Hogwarts Castle, thousands upon thousands of them, orbited like planets around a sun of pure magic. "The temporal nexus," Selene whispered reverently. "And the point where all possible versions of Hogwarts connect." As Orion approached, the countless castles began to align, forming a spiraling constellation that rotated toward him like a living entity awakening from ancient slumber. From within the crystal sphere came a voice, neither male nor female, young nor old. "At last, the Time Weaver returns to us." "I'm not," Orion began, but fell silent as knowledge flooded his consciousness. Knowledge that felt both utterly alien and intimately familiar. He saw Moira Timeheart's life unfold before him, her collaboration with the other founders, her discovery of the multiverse, her desperate battle against the entity she called the chronomonger, and her final act, splitting her consciousness across time and space to be reborn when the threat returned. You carry her essence, Celine confirmed. Not reincarnation, but reconstitution, the final safeguard she created before the other founders banished her. The crystalline sphere pulsed with increasing urgency as dark veins began to spread across its surface. Within, several of the miniature Hogwarts castles flickered and vanished. "It has already begun," Celine said, her voice tight with concern. The chronomonger devours possibilities, collapsing infinite futures into a single dark outcome. Orion felt a strange calm descend over him as pieces of his life suddenly aligned with terrible clarity. His unexplained abilities, his orphan status, his inexplicable familiarity with the castle's deepest secrets. He approached the sphere, and as his fingertips brushed its surface, the crystal sang with recognition. What must I do?" he asked, though some newborn part of him already knew the answer. "Navigate the timelines," Celine replied. "Find the point of convergence where the entity breaches our reality. Gather allies from across the multiverse, versions of those you know and trust who might stand against the darkness." The crystal sphere opened like a flower of light, inviting Orion into its center, into the heart of all possible Hogwarts. "And will I return?" he asked, standing at the threshold of destiny. Celine's ancient eyes held both compassion and steel. "Not as you are now. The Oracle walks between worlds, forever changed by what they witness. But know this, without you, there will be no worlds to return to." Gathering his courage, Orion Blackwood, the last Oracle, the Time Weaver reborn, stepped into the light of 10,000 possible futures, embracing a destiny written in the stars long before Hogwarts' foundations were laid. Behind him, the walls of the Nexus chamber trembled as reality itself adjusted to the awakening of powers long dormant. Throughout the castle above, the spontaneous manifestations of the Room of Requirement ceased, leaving confused students and teachers to wonder at the momentary glimpses they had received of apocalyptic futures. Only Celine remained in the chamber, her vigil of centuries finally fulfilled. She lowered her head in a gesture both solemn and hopeful, offering an ancient centaur prayer to the stars. "May the Time Weaver find the golden thread among infinite darknesses and lead us home." Story 3. The Grey Lady drifted through the ancient stones of Hogwarts, translucent fingers trailing along weathered walls that had witnessed a millennium of magical education. Then, without warning or sound, she simply ceased to be, not the peaceful dissolution of a ghost finally finding rest, but a violent unraveling, as though someone had pulled a crucial thread from the very fabric of her existence. One moment, the spectral daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw haunted the corridors as she had for centuries. The next, only empty air remained where her silvery form had glided. She was the third ghost to vanish that week. Lyra Stormheart sensed the disappearance instantly, a cold shudder passing through her slender frame as she crouched within one of the castle's many secret passageways. At 15, she was slight for her age, with storm-grey eyes that caught the light like polished silver and hair the color of midnight cascading down her back in wild curls. Unlike her fellow students, Lyra had called Hogwarts home since infancy, a foundling discovered at the castle gates during a thunderstorm of legendary proportions, clutched in the arms of a dying house elf who had spent his final breath whispering her name. "Miss Lyra must come quickly." The urgent whisper belonged to Nimble, the ancient house elf who had helped raise her in the forgotten spaces between walls before she was old enough to join the student body. The Grey Lady has gone, and the arithmancy classroom's ceiling no longer shows the constellations. Lyra slipped from her hiding place, following Nimble through a narrow corridor that seemed to exist in the spaces between conventional architecture. "That's the third ghost this week, and the seventh magical failure," she murmured, counting on her fingers. "The moving staircases stopped yesterday, and the enchanted windows in the dungeons now show only darkness." Nimble's bat-like ears drooped. "Hogwarts is sick, Miss Lyra. The elves feel it in our bones. The castle's heart grows weaker." They emerged into a dusty chamber hidden behind a bookcase in the library's restricted section. Unlike the grand halls of the castle proper, this room bore the marks of centuries of disuse, save for a small corner that held Lyra's childhood treasures, worn books, curious magical artifacts, and a collection of sketches depicting the castle's most obscure corners. "We must tell the headmistress," Lyra said, gathering her school robes around her shoulders. "The professors already know something is wrong," Nimble replied, wringing his gnarled hands. "But they seek answers in the wrong places. Only Miss Lyra, who knows the castle's secrets, can find the truth." The elf approached a section of wall that appeared no different from any other, pressing his palm against the ancient stone. The wall rippled like water, revealing a hidden alcove containing a single book bound in what appeared to be shimmering, iridescent scales. "Nimble has kept this hidden since Miss Lyra was small," the house elf said solemnly, waiting for the day when the guardians would need to be found again. Lyra reached for the tome with reverent hands. The cover was warm to the touch, and beneath her fingertips, she could feel a subtle pulse like a sleeping heartbeat. The scales, which she now recognized as dragonhide, shifted color as she tilted the book, revealing patterns that resembled the 4 house crests of Hogwarts, intertwined around a 5th symbol she didn't recognize. "What is this?" she whispered. "The Founder's grimoire," came a deep voice from the doorway. "I never thought I'd see it again." Lyra spun around, the book clutched protectively to her chest. Professor Draven Nightshade stood framed in the entranceway, his tall figure casting a long shadow across the hidden chamber. With his raven black hair streaked with silver at the temples and eyes the color of Arctic ice, the recently appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher cut an intimidating figure. Rumors swirled around him like storm clouds that he'd been a Slytherin of legendary talent, that he'd been exiled for practicing forbidden magic, that he'd returned only because Hogwarts itself had summoned him. "How did you find this place?" Lyra demanded, even as Nimble cowered behind her skirts. A cold smile touched the professor's lips. "I spent 7 years exploring every corner of this castle, Miss Stormheart." "Did you think your secret passages would remain unknown to me?" His gaze fixed on the book in her hands. "More importantly, do you have any idea what you're holding?" "The house elves entrusted it to me," she replied defensively. "Did they tell you what it contains?" When Lyra remained silent, Nightshade stepped further into the room. "It records the greatest secret of Hogwarts, one deliberately erased from Hogwarts, a history, and every other official record, the truth about the guardians of the houses." As though responding to his words, the book trembled in Lyra's grasp, its pages falling open of their own accord. Upon the parchment, illustrations moved with fluid grace. A majestic lion wreathed in flames, an eagle formed of living storm clouds, a badger crafted from roots and earth, and a serpent of flowing water and ice. Above them all, barely visible at the page's edge, lurked a 5th figure, its form partially obscured by what appeared to be deliberate ink stains. "The founders didn't merely establish houses and enchant a castle," Nightshade continued, his voice dropping to something like reverence. "They bound elemental spirits to serve as the guardians of their legacy, creatures of immense power that maintained the magical integrity of Hogwarts for centuries." "Until they were imprisoned," Lyra murmured. the knowledge somehow rising from deep within her, as though the book itself were whispering to her. Nightshade's eyes sharpened with interest. Yes, 300 years ago, Minister Ophiuchus Raoul feared their power, feared that Hogwarts might become a rival to the ministry itself. He led a contingent of Aurors in a midnight raid, capturing the Guardians and binding them in magical prisons scattered throughout Britain. And now the ghosts are disappearing because the Guardians are gone, Lyra realized, pages turning beneath her fingers without her conscious direction. The castle's magic is failing without them. Not just failing, dying. Nightshade crossed to one of the room's dust-covered windows, wiping away grime to reveal the grounds outside. In the distance, the forbidden forest's edge showed patches of grey, as though the trees themselves were turning to stone. When the last enchantment fails, 1,000 years of magical knowledge and protection will vanish. The consequences would be catastrophic. A profound understanding settled over Lyra like a mantle. We have to find them. We have to free the Guardians. We? Nightshade raised an eyebrow. This is hardly a task for a student, however unusual your upbringing might be. I know this castle better than anyone living, Lyra countered, closing the book with resolve. And the book came to me. There must be a reason. Before Nightshade could respond, a tremor ran through the castle, subtle but unmistakable, like the shiver of a fever patient. Dust rained from the ceiling, and somewhere in the distance, they heard the crash of breaking glass. The astronomy tower's enchanted telescopes, Nightshade muttered. Another failure. Nimbly emerged from hiding, his huge eyes solemn. The professor speaks truth about the Guardians, Miss Lyra. But he does not know all. The 5th mark on the book, it belongs to the forgotten founder, the one whose name was struck from history. What 5th founder? Lyra and Nightshade asked simultaneously. The house elf's voice dropped to a whisper. Morvain Shadowheart, master of shadow magic and keeper of secrets. When the other founders quarreled and Slytherin departed, it was Shadowheart who proposed binding the elemental guardians to the castle, one for each house, and a 5th for the heart of Hogwarts itself. But Shadowheart's methods grew dark, his ambitions dangerous. The other 3 founders united to banish him, striking his name from all records and imprisoning his guardian deeper than all others. Another tremor shook the chamber, stronger this time. In the corridor beyond, they heard the alarmed voices of students and professors. We're running out of time, Nightshade said grimly. The castle's magic is collapsing faster than I anticipated. He fixed Lyra with a penetrating stare. If what the elf says is true, then the root cause isn't just the missing 4 guardians, it's the corrupted 5th, the one bound to Shadowheart's legacy. After centuries of imprisonment and abandonment, it may be actively working to destroy what remains of Hogwarts' magic. Lyra clutched the grimoire tighter, feeling its warmth pulse against her heart. Then we find the 4 to confront the 5th. Where do we start? Nightshade's expression was unreadable as he extended his hand toward her. The book will guide us, but the journey must begin at the heart of the castle, through the one portal that connects to all 4 houses. The Great Hall, Lyra realized. Not the hall itself, Nightshade corrected, but what lies beneath it. The Chamber of Convergence, a room known only to the founders themselves and those they trusted with their deepest secrets. As he spoke, the pages of the grimoire fluttered once more, revealing an illustration of a chamber where 4 archways surrounded a central dais, each bearing the crest of one Hogwarts house. Behind the dais loomed a shadowy 5th arch, its keystone carved with the same mysterious symbol that adorned the book's cover. How do you know about this place? Lyra asked suspiciously. Nightshade's glacial eyes held memories both ancient and painful. Because, Miss Stormheart, I was sent into exile for trying to find it. The ministry called it forbidden knowledge, dangerous research. I called it the truth. He extended his hand more insistently. Dear now, will you trust me with that book? Or shall we watch Hogwarts crumble stone by stone? As though to emphasize his words, the castle shuddered again. This time, the tremor was accompanied by a sound like distant weeping. The very foundations of Hogwarts crying out in distress. Lyra hesitated only a moment before placing her hand in his. I don't trust you, Professor Nightshade, but I trust the castle. And it's dying. Together, they stepped through the hidden doorway into the main corridor, where panicked students rushed past. Above them, the enchanted ceiling of the hallway, which had mimicked a perfect blue sky for centuries, flickered and failed, revealing ordinary stone. The race to save Hogwarts had begun, and with each passing hour, more magic faded from the ancient walls. But as Lyra clutched the Founder's grimoire to her chest, she felt something stirring within its pages, as though the book itself were awakening after centuries of slumber, ready to reveal secrets that would either restore the castle to glory or consign it to ruins. Story 4. The black lake boiled beneath a waning moon, its dark waters churning as though stirred by an unseen hand. Steam rose in ethereal columns, twisting like specters against the night sky, where stars blinked out one by one, as if being systematically extinguished. From the depths emerged creatures that had not seen moonlight for centuries, scaled beings with luminescent eyes and ancient magic pulsing through their veins, their bodies adorned with patterns that resembled constellations long forgotten by astronomers. Aldrich Nightshade stood at the lake's edge, his silver-white hair whipping about his face as the unnatural winds swept across the Hogwarts grounds. At 17, he was tall and lithe, with features too perfect to be entirely human, the legacy of his half-Veela heritage that had made him an object of both desire and suspicion since his first day at the school. His storm-grey eyes reflected the chaotic dance of steam and water, pupils dilating as another vision seized him, a crown of silver stars, a doorway between worlds, an island suspended in twilight, and beneath it all, something ancient that stirred in its prison of stone and magic. Mr. Nightshade, came a sharp voice, breaking the trance. It's dangerous to be so near the lake tonight. Professor Morgana Frost approached with measured steps, her midnight blue robes billowing around her like storm clouds. As the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, she was known for her rigid discipline and encyclopedic knowledge of obscure magical threats. What remained unknown to the student body was the silver pendant she wore beneath her collar, the mark of an unspeakable, one of the Department of Mysteries' most secretive operatives. The centaurs were right, Aldrich replied, his voice carrying an otherworldly cadence that made even the strictest professors momentarily forget their reprimands. The waters boil, the stars fade. The prophecy is unfolding. Professor Frost's severe expression faltered for a fraction of a second. You know of the prophecy? How? Aldrich's gaze remained fixed on the roiling lake, where a creature with opalescent scales breached the surface, trailing luminous patterns through the mist. The same way I know that the pendant beneath your robes bears the sigil of the thought chamber. The same way I know that you've been monitoring me since my first year. He turned to face her, his eyes now glowing with an inner light. I see things, Professor. Things that were, things that are, and some things that have not yet come to pass. For a long moment, only the bubbling of the lake and the distant calls of disturbed owls broke the silence between them. Then Professor Frost reached beneath her collar and withdrew the silver pendant, a miniature reproduction of a mysterious archway. The department has been aware of your sensitivities, she admitted. But I didn't realize the extent of your sight. Tell me what else you know. I know that I am the last of Ravenclaw's direct bloodline, Aldrich said, the words emerging with calm certainty. Well, not through the name, but through my mother's Vila lineage that traces back to Rowena's only daughter, Helena. The Grey Lady, Professor Frost whispered, who was half Vila herself, a secret Rowena kept to protect her daughter from those who feared such hybridized magic. Aldrich's perfect features hardened into resolve. And I know that the diadem destroyed during the Battle of Hogwarts was a decoy. The true crown lies hidden in the Misty Islands, a realm that exists in the space between dimensions. A massive tentacle breached the lake's surface, not belonging to the giant squid, but to something far older and more terrifying, a guardian awakening from centuries of slumber. The ground beneath their feet trembled as though the very foundations of Hogwarts shifted in response. We should return to the castle, Professor Frost urged, her professional demeanor reasserting itself. The headmistress has called an emergency meeting of the faculty. There isn't time for meetings, Aldrich countered, withdrawing a weathered parchment from his robes. The lunar eclipse begins in 3 days. It's the only window when the veil between dimensions thins enough to reach the Misty Islands. Professor Frost's eyes widened as she recognized the document, a star chart annotated with calculations and prophecies in a flowing script not seen for centuries. Where did you get Ravenclaw's astronomical tables? They were lost since she hid them before her death, Aldrich finished. They appeared in my trunk on my 17th birthday, along with this. He opened his palm to reveal a small silver key adorned with sapphires arranged to mirror the constellation Corvus, the Raven. Despite years of training in emotional detachment, Professor Frost couldn't conceal her astonishment. The key of wisdom. It was thought a mere legend. As was the Chamber of Secrets, until it wasn't, Aldrich replied. Professor, you know what's happening here. The stars are being extinguished one by one. The creatures of the lake are awakening, and soon the barriers that have stood for a millennium will fail. I need your help to reach the Misty Islands and retrieve what Rowena hid there. Professor Frost studied him with calculating intensity. Why would I betray the department to help you, Mr. Nightshade? Because your true oath isn't to the ministry, but to knowledge itself. Aldrich's voice softened, losing some of its hypnotic quality as genuine emotion broke through. And because whatever is imprisoned beneath Hogwarts is stirring. The founders built this castle not just as a school, but as a seal, a magnificent prison disguised as an institution of learning. If we don't reinforce that seal soon, what lies beneath will awaken fully. 3 nights later, Aldrich and Professor Frost stood atop the astronomy tower as the moon began its slide into Earth's shadow. They had prepared in secret, gathering rare components for a ritual older than Hogwarts itself. The lake below had reached a rolling boil, its waters now glowing with an otherworldly blue light as more ancient guardians emerged to circle its perimeter. Are you certain about this translation? Professor Frost asked, examining the runic circle they had drawn upon the stone floor. If we misinterpret even one symbol, the diadem will guide me, Aldrich replied, placing the silver key at the circle's center. Ravenclaw's true crown wasn't just a repository of knowledge, it was an extension of her consciousness, a vessel that allowed her to project her mind beyond physical limitations. As the eclipse reached totality, the key began to levitate, spinning slowly as it rose. The runes ignited with silver fire that cast no heat, and the air split open like a curtain being drawn aside, revealing not the night sky, but a twilight realm, where floating islands drifted among clouds of luminescent vapor. The Misty Islands, Professor Frost breathed, scholarly fascination momentarily overcoming her caution. Aldrich stepped toward the portal, then hesitated, turning back to his companion. If I don't return by the eclipse's end, seal the passage and alert the other unspeakables. They'll know what to do. Before she could respond, he stepped through the opening, which shimmered and contracted behind him. The air in this between-world tasted of lightning and ancient magic. Aldrich found himself on a small landmass of earth and stone that floated among dozens of similar islands, all connected by bridges of light and mist. Above, below, and all around, the infinite twilight stretched, punctuated by what appeared to be stars, but were actually fragments of pure magic suspended in the void. Following the pull of the key, which now hung around his neck and glowed with increasing brightness, Aldrich traversed bridges that materialized beneath his feet, only to dissolve after he passed. Creatures of pure thought observed his passage, spectral ravens with eyes of sapphire, serpentine wisps of intelligence that coiled through the mist, entities that resembled centaurs formed of starlight and shadow. At last, he reached the central island, larger than the others, and crowned with a structure that defied architectural logic, a tower that spiraled in impossible directions, its windows looking out upon different eras and realms simultaneously. The key at his chest burned cold as ice as he approached the tower's entrance. Within, a single chamber awaited, its walls lined with books whose titles shifted and changed, their contents rewriting themselves continuously as knowledge throughout the multiverse evolved. And at the chamber's center, upon a pedestal of crystal, rested a diadem of silver and sapphire, crafted to resemble a raven in flight. As Aldrich reached for it, the air condensed into the spectral form of a woman, regal and beautiful, with eyes that held the wisdom of centuries and hair that flowed like liquid night. "At last," spoke Rowena Ravenclaw, her voice echoing as though from across a vast distance, "my blood returns to claim what was hidden." "You preserved your consciousness within the diadem," Aldrich said, understanding dawning. "Was not as a ghost, but as something more. A fragment of my essence, preserved beyond death." Rowena's apparition circled him, studying his features with keen interest. "The Velar blood shows strongly in you, yet you have controlled its powers admirably." "I've had little choice," Aldrich replied with a hint of bitterness. "Those who cannot resist my allure fear me, those who can often despise me for what I represent. Just as they feared what we four had created." Rowena sighed, gesturing to encompass not just the tower, but all of Hogwarts itself. They did not understand that some powers must be contained rather than destroyed. "What lies beneath the castle?" Aldrich asked, his pulse quickening. "And what did you imprison there?" The spectral founder's expression grew solemn. "Before there was magic as wizards know it, there was something older, a force of pure creation and destruction that the earliest magical beings worshipped as a deity. The primordial source, they called it. But as human magic evolved and grew more structured, the source was gradually forgotten, its wild power incompatible with the ordered spells of wands and incantations." She moved toward the diadem, her ghostly fingers hovering above it. "We founders discovered the source, slumbering beneath what would become Hogwarts, a nexus of magical energy unlike any other in Britain. We realized that if it fully awakened in an age where such raw magic was no longer understood, the consequences would be catastrophic. So you built a school over it," Aldrich concluded. "Using the constant flow of structured magic from generations of students and teachers to maintain the seal, yes. The house system, the sorting, the very architecture of Hogwarts, all designed to channel and regulate magical energy in patterns that would keep the source dormant. Rowena's form flickered as she gazed at Aldrich with increasing urgency. But the seal has weakened over centuries. The battles that have scarred Hogwarts, the dark magic that has penetrated its walls, all have taken their toll. Now the source stirs, reaching out to extinguish the stars themselves as it seeks to reclaim dominion. Aldrich looked down at the diadem, understanding its true purpose at last. This isn't just a repository of knowledge, it's a key component of the seal. The final key, Rowena confirmed. Each founder contributed an object of power, Gryffindor his sword, Hufflepuff her cup, Slytherin his locket, and I my diadem. But when dark wizards began to seek these objects for their power, we created decoys and hid the true artifacts. Mine I concealed here, accessible only to one of my blood during a convergence of celestial events. She gestured to the diadem. Take it now, return it to Hogwarts, and place it in the Chamber of Founders beneath the Great Hall. Only then can the seal be restored. Aldrich lifted the diadem, feeling ancient magic surge through his veins as the sapphires blazed with inner light. The spectral form of Rowena Ravenclaw began to dissolve, her essence returning to the artifact in his hands. One final truth, her voice echoed as she faded. The source is neither good nor evil, it simply is. In containing it, we did not imprison a monster, but preserved a wellspring for future generations who might once again learn to commune with magic in its purest form. Guard it well, last heir of my blood. As the lunar eclipse neared its end, the portal between dimensions reopened. Aldrich stepped through with the true diadem clutched to his chest, its power already working to restore the stars that had begun to vanish. Professor Frost awaited him, her wand raised and expression tense until she recognized him. You succeeded, she said, lowering her wand as she stared at the glowing diadem. Yes, Aldrich replied, his voice resonating with new purpose. But our work is just beginning. Beneath Hogwarts lies not just a threat to be contained, but a legacy to be understood. The founders weren't just educators. They were guardians of magic's very source. Together, they descended from the astronomy tower, the diadem illuminating their path with sapphire light as the boiling of the Black Lake subsided and the ancient guardians returned to their vigil in the depths. Above them, the stars rekindled one by one, resuming their eternal watch over a castle that had always been far more than it seemed. Story 5. Ancient magic stirred in the depths of the Forbidden Forest as the constellation of serpents aligned perfectly for the first time in a millennium. Deep beneath gnarled roots and moss-covered stones, wards that had held fast for centuries began to unravel like fraying silk. The magic manifested as faint whispers that rustled through the undergrowth, speaking in tongues forgotten by all but the oldest creatures that dwelled in the darkest corners of the enchanted woodland. In the heart of the forest, a weathered stone door embedded in a hillside, unseen by human eyes for generations, trembled as the archaic sigils carved into its surface began to glow with an eerie emerald light. At that precise moment, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle, Ilara Blackwood jolted awake in her four-poster bed, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. The sixth-year Ravenclaw sat upright, her silver-flecked eyes wide as the unfamiliar words that had invaded her dreams continued to echo in her mind. Unlike the meaningless gibberish of typical dreams, these phrases arranged themselves into coherent sentences, their meaning unnervingly clear to her despite being in a language she had never studied. The grimoire awakens, the seals weaken, the ancients stir. Ilara pushed back her wild mane of chestnut hair, trying to calm her racing heart. Since childhood, she had possessed the rare ability to intuitively understand languages, a gift that had both fascinated and isolated her. Ancient runes that confounded her professors revealed their secrets to her with merely a glance. Encrypted texts from centuries past spoke to her as clearly as her mother tongue. Yet never before had an unknown language invaded her dreams with such urgency, such foreboding. The following morning, as golden autumn light streamed through the great hall's enchanted ceiling, Ilara found herself unable to focus on her breakfast. The strange words continued to repeat in her mind, growing more insistent with each iteration. Her distraction was so complete that she failed to notice the tall, imposing figure approaching the Ravenclaw table until his shadow fell across her untouched porridge. "Done, Miss Blackwood," came the deep, resonant voice of Professor Sebastian Thorne. "The headmistress requires your presence in her office, immediately." A hush fell over the nearby students. Professor Thorne, who had taken over the defense against the dark arts position that term, was a figure of both fascination and fear among the student body. His angular features, perpetually serious expression, and the jagged scar that traced from his right temple to the corner of his mouth gave him an intimidating presence that was only enhanced by the rumors of his past. Whispers of time spent among Death Eaters before a mysterious redemption that few believed was genuine. "Yes, Professor," Ilara replied, gathering her books with trembling hands. As she rose to follow him, she caught a glimpse of his eyes, obsidian, dark and unreadable, yet somehow conveying a gravity that made her breath catch in her throat. They walked in silence through the ancient corridors, their footsteps echoing against stone walls that had witnessed centuries of magical education. When they reached the gargoyle that guarded the headmistress's office, Professor Thorne murmured a password, and the stone sentinel leapt aside. The spiral staircase carried them upward to a circular room where Headmistress McGonagall stood by her desk, her lined face more severe than usual. "Thank you for coming so promptly, Miss Blackwood," McGonagall said, gesturing for Ilara to take a seat. "I apologize for the interruption to your breakfast, but a matter of utmost urgency has arisen. It concerns the grimoire of serpents," Professor Thorne added, his voice dropping to little more than a whisper, as though merely speaking the name might summon unwanted attention. Ilara's blood ran cold. Though she had never heard of this grimoire before, the name resonated with the strange phrases that had haunted her dreams. "Or the one that's awakening," she said without thinking. McGonagall and Thorne exchanged sharp glances. "How could you possibly know that?" the headmistress demanded. I heard it in my dreams last night," Ilara admitted, the words sounding absurd even to her own ears. "In a language I've never heard before, but I understood it perfectly. It said the grimoire is awakening, the seals are weakening." Professor Thorne's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, a flicker of something like recognition crossing his features before the impassive mask returned. "The gift of the tongue," he said quietly, "rarer than a parcel mouth and infinitely more valuable." McGonagall sighed, suddenly looking every one of her considerable years. "It seems the sorting hat was right, as usual. It informed me this morning that the grimoire's bindings were failing and that only the girl with the universal tongue could help prevent catastrophe." "What exactly is the grimoire of serpents?" Ilara asked, her innate curiosity momentarily overriding her apprehension. The headmistress gestured to Professor Thorne, who began to pace the circular office with measured steps. "A repository of knowledge so dangerous that Salazar Slytherin himself feared it," he explained, his voice taking on the cadence of a practiced storyteller. "Before the founding of Hogwarts, when Slytherin was still exploring the depths of serpent magic, he discovered the grimoire in a temple older than Rome. Its pages contained rituals for summoning creatures that existed before humans walked the earth, beings of such power and alien intelligence that they could not be controlled, only temporarily bound. Slytherin brought the grimoire to Britain, believing he could master its secrets, McGonagall continued, but even he recognized the danger it posed. When the constellation of serpents aligned 1,000 years ago, he used that celestial power to seal the book deep within what would become the Forbidden Forest, with enchantments designed to last until the stars aligned again. Which is happening now, Ilara whispered, understanding dawning. Yes, confirmed Thorn. And if the grimoire fully awakens, the creatures bound within its pages will be released, ancient guardians that will see our world as an infestation to be cleansed. McGonagall fixed Ilara with a penetrating gaze. The sorting hat was quite specific, Miss Blackwood. The sealing ritual used language that has been lost to time. No living wizard or witch can read or speak it. Except, perhaps, someone with your unique gift. You want me to help reseal the grimoire, Ilara said. Not a question, but a realization. Not just help, Thorn corrected. According to the sorting hat, you must be the one to speak the words of binding. I will accompany you, as I have experience with certain aspects of the darker arts that may prove necessary. The weight of responsibility settled over Ilara like a cloak of lead. She was only 16, halfway through her magical education, and they were asking her to perform a ritual that Salazar Slytherin himself had deemed challenging. When do we leave? She asked, her voice steadier than she expected. Tonight, McGonagall replied. The alignment reaches its apex at midnight. Professor Thorn will guide you to the grimoire's chamber. As dusk painted the Hogwarts grounds in hues of amber and violet, Ilara and Professor Thorn made their way across the sloping lawns toward the looming darkness of the Forbidden Forest. Ilara clutched her wand tightly, its familiar warmth providing scant comfort against the chill of apprehension that had settled in her bones. "Young Professor," she ventured as they passed Hagrid's hut, "how do you know where to find the grimoire?" Thorn's pace didn't falter, but a tension crept into his shoulders. "There was a time in my life when I sought power at any cost," he answered after a long pause. "The grimoire was among the artifacts I researched during those darker years. When you were with the Death Eaters," Ilara said boldly. To her surprise, Thorn's lips curved into a humorless smile. "Yes, though ironically, it was that research that began my path away from Voldemort's service. I discovered that some powers are too great, too ancient to be bent to any human's will, a truth the Dark Lord refused to accept." They entered the forest, following a narrow path that soon vanished amid the tangled undergrowth. Thorn navigated with confidence, guided by subtle markers invisible to untrained eyes, a certain configuration of branches, moss growing on a particular side of a lightning-struck oak, mushrooms arranged in patterns too perfect to be natural. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive around them. These gleamed from hollow logs, whispers echoed between ancient trunks, and occasionally something large moved just beyond the range of their wand light. Yet strangely, no creature directly challenged their passage, as though the forest itself recognized their purpose. Finally, they reached a circular clearing where the trees grew in a perfect ring around a moss-covered hill. Embedded in the hillside was a weathered stone door, its surface covered in glowing emerald sigils that shifted and rearranged themselves continuously. "The Chamber of the Grimoire," Thorn whispered, his wand light illuminating the ancient entrance, "sealed by Slytherin himself." Ilara approached the door, drawn by the dancing symbols. As she gazed upon them, the incomprehensible characters resolved themselves into words she could understand, describing complex binding spells and warnings of what lay within. "I can read it," she breathed, tracing a finger over the cool stone. It says the grimoire lies upon an altar at the chamber's heart, and that only one who speaks with the universal tongue may open the way. Then speak, Thorn urged, checking the position of the stars visible through the canopy. We have little time. Ilara closed her eyes, allowing the ancient language to rise from somewhere deep within her consciousness. The words that emerged from her lips were unlike any human speech, sounds that resonated at frequencies that made the air itself vibrate, syllables that seemed to bend and twist reality around them. The stone door shuddered, then slowly ground open, revealing a spiral staircase that descended into darkness. The air that rushed out was heavy with age and magic, carrying the scent of parchment and something else, something primal and alien that made the hairs on Ilara's neck stand on end. They descended cautiously, wand-light illuminating walls carved with scenes of strange creatures emerging from tears in reality, bringing chaos to the world of humans. At the bottom lay a vast circular chamber supported by columns carved to resemble coiling serpents. In the center, upon a pedestal of obsidian, rested an ancient tome bound in what appeared to be the iridescent scales of some unknown creature. The grimoire's pages slowly turned of their own accord, each movement releasing pulses of energy that distorted the air around it. It's already awakening, Thorn said grimly, drawing complex patterns in the air with his wand. I'll establish a containment field while you prepare the binding ritual. As Ilara approached the grimoire, the whispers that had haunted her dreams intensified, becoming a cacophony of alien voices clamoring for release. The pages turned faster, and in the spaces between reality, something shifted, ancient beings sensing freedom after eons of imprisonment. Drawing upon courage she didn't know she possessed, Ilara placed her hands on the grimoire. Immediately, knowledge flooded her mind. Rituals of binding and unbinding, names of creatures that dwelled between dimensions, secrets that could unravel the fabric of the world. And beneath it all, she sensed something unexpected, not malevolence, but loneliness and confusion, ancient guardians trapped between worlds, yearning for a home they could barely remember. "Professor," she called, her voice strained with the effort of containing the grimoire's power, "I don't think we should reseal it." "What?" Thorn's concentration broke, the half-formed containment field flickering. "That book contains horrors beyond imagination." "No," Ilara countered, certainty growing within her. "It contains guardians who were betrayed. The grimoire wasn't created to summon them. It was created to communicate with them." Slytherin didn't fully understand its purpose. As if confirming her words, the grimoire's pages settled on a single spread, revealing not the summoning ritual Thorn had feared, but a complex diagram showing the convergence of multiple realms. The alien script rearranged itself before Ilara's eyes, forming words she could understand. "This isn't about sealing away monsters," she explained, insight blooming within her. "It's about restoring balance. The grimoire is a bridge between our world and others, and every 1,000 years, that bridge needs maintenance." She looked up at Thorn, her eyes bright with newfound purpose. "That's why I was called, not to lock it away again, but to renew the proper pathways." Thorn approached cautiously, studying the pages with newfound understanding. "Then the creatures are guardians of reality itself," Ilara finished. "They don't want to invade our world. They need to repair the boundaries between worlds that have weakened over time." With trembling hands, Ilara began the ritual revealed by the grimoire, not a spell of binding, but one of renewal. The words that flowed from her lips were ancient yet clear, forming bridges between realities just as they formed understanding in her mind. Above them, visible even through layers of earth and stone, the constellation of serpents reached its perfect alignment. the chamber filled with light, not the sickly green of dark magic, but a radiant silver that seemed to flow like liquid through the air. Ghostly forms materialized briefly around them, serpentine guardians with multifaceted eyes that held the wisdom of eons, acknowledging their work with solemn gratitude before returning to their vigil between worlds. As the light faded and the grimoire's pages became still once more, Ilara and Professor Thorn stood in silent awe at what they had witnessed. The secret Ilara had helped uncover would change everything magical historians thought they knew about Salazar Slytherin and the founding of Hogwarts. More importantly, it had revealed that some magical knowledge wasn't meant to be feared and locked away, but understood and preserved. The true purpose of Hogwarts, Thorn murmured, a new respect evident in his voice as he regarded his young companion. Not just to teach magic, but to protect its deepest mysteries until those worthy of understanding them come along. Ilara smiled, feeling the weight of the grimoire's knowledge settling within her, not as a burden, but as a legacy she was now part of. The grimoire would remain in its chamber, but no longer as a feared artifact. Instead, it would be a repository of wisdom awaiting the next person with the gift to truly understand its purpose. Together, professor and student ascended from the ancient chamber, guardians of a truth far greater than either had imagined when they entered the Forbidden Forest that evening. A truth about the interconnectedness of all magical realms and the crucial role Hogwarts played in maintaining that delicate balance. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered secrets on the eve of winter solstice. Snow fell in perfect silence, each flake crystalline and deliberate, as if the sky itself were holding its breath. In the astronomy tower, Professor Aurora Sinistra stood transfixed, her weathered spyglass trembling in her hand. The stars above the castle had shifted, impossibly, inexplicably, into a celestial pattern not seen for nearly 1,000 years. "Seraphina must be told," she whispered to the frozen night, her words vanishing like ghosts in the winter air. Far below, in the depths of the castle where shadows pooled like ancient memories, Seraphina Wildblood hunched over a cauldron of liquid silver. Her chamber smelled of time itself, cinnamon, parchment, and the metallic tang of destiny. Though appointed as Hogwarts' potions mistress just 3 years prior, Seraphina commanded an authority that seemed centuries old. Her eyes, amber flecked with gold, reflected the dancing flames beneath her cauldron as she added 3 clockwise stirs. The potion's surface suddenly stilled, becoming a perfect mirror that reflected not her face, but the same celestial alignment that Professor Sinistra observed above. Seraphina closed her eyes, a single tear trailing down her cheek. "They are awakening," she murmured, "after all this time." As dawn broke across the snow-laden grounds, 4 students found themselves inexplicably drawn to the center of the frozen Great Lake. They arrived separately, each compelled by dreams that had jolted them awake with the same urgent message: "Come to the ice when the sun touches the horizon." Elian Ravencrest, a Gryffindor 7th year with a shock of copper hair and defiance etched into every freckle, arrived first. His breath formed clouds in the bitter air as he cautiously tested the ice with one booted foot. "It's solid as stone," came a crisp voice behind him. Cassandra Blackthorn, a Slytherin prefect whose midnight blue robe seemed to shimmer with starlight, stepped onto the lake with practiced grace. Her silver blonde hair was plaited in an intricate crown, and her eyes, cold as the winter itself, assessed Elian with practiced indifference. "What are you doing here, Blackthorn?" Elian's hand instinctively moved toward his wand. "The same as you, I imagine," she replied, following instructions from a dream that felt more real than this moment. Before Elian could respond, 2 more figures approached from different directions. Orion Whitaker, a bespectacled Ravenclaw whose lanky frame seemed perpetually stooped from hours bent over ancient tomes, clutched a journal to his chest. Beside him walked Helena Summers, a round-faced Hufflepuff whose honey-colored curls escaped from beneath a yellow knitted cap. "You've all been summoned too," Helena stated, rather than asked, her normally gentle voice firm with certainty. "The armored knights from our dreams, with elements bound to their forms," Orion finished, pushing his glasses up his nose. "Fire, water, earth, and air." The four students regarded each other with suspicion and curiosity, standing equidistant on the frozen lake as the winter sun climbed higher. The ice beneath them began to glow with an ethereal blue light, arcane symbols appearing beneath their feet in concentric circles. "Welcome, chosen ones," came a voice behind them. The students turned to find Seraphina Wildblood standing at the lake's edge, her usual practical teaching robes replaced by attire none of them had seen before. She wore armor, not the clanking medieval plate of Hogwarts statues, but something lighter, more intricate, crafted of an unknown golden metal etched with badgers and vines. A circlet of the same material rested upon her brow, embedded with a single amber stone. "Professor Wildblood," Elian called out, confusion evident in his voice. "In this time, yes," Seraphina answered, stepping onto the ice, which rippled like water beneath her feet, yet remained solid. "But I have been known by another name, in another age." The sky darkened suddenly, though it was barely mid-morning. Stars appeared, mirroring the exact pattern that had alarmed Professor Sinistra. The ice beneath the students pulsed with light, and from 4 points along the lake's edge emerged figures that stole the breath from their lungs. 4 knights, each standing 3 meters tall, encased in armor that seemed alive with elemental energy. One blazed with flames that did not consume, another rippled like living water. The third seemed hewn from the earth itself, crystals and precious metals gleaming within its form. The last shimmered like a mirage, parts of its armor transparent as air, swirling with leaves and snow. "The Knights of the Eternal Solstice," Seraphina said, her voice echoing with power. "Created by the founders to protect Hogwarts should an existential threat emerge." "What threat?" demanded Cassandra, her composure finally cracking as the knights began moving toward them across the ice. "Us," Seraphina replied simply. "Or rather, what magic has become." With a gesture, Seraphina created a shimmering portal in the air, a window into the past. Through it, the students glimpsed Hogwarts as it once was, wilder, more primal, magic flowing like visible rivers of light through its halls. "The founders created the knights as a failsafe," she explained, as the armored figures drew closer, their footfalls making the ice sing with resonant tones. "Should magic ever become too domesticated, too removed from its true nature, the knights would awaken during a perfect solstice alignment to cleanse it." "Cleanse it," Helena whispered, wide-eyed. "Burn it all away," Seraphina confirmed grimly, "so magic might be reborn, wild and untamed as it was meant to be." Orion's quick mind made the connection first. "But that would kill everyone who practices the structured magic we know today," Seraphina nodded. "The founders never anticipated how magic would evolve, how it would become woven into society through laws and constraints they could never have imagined." The knights halted in a perfect circle around them, elemental energies swirling in menacing patterns. "But you're a professor," Elian said, struggling to understand. "Why would you bring us here if they're going to destroy everything?" Seraphina stepped into the center of their circle, and with a wave of her hand, the image in her magical window changed. Now it showed 4 young people, not unlike themselves, standing alongside four familiar figures from Hogwarts history books. "Because I am not merely Seraphina Wildblood," she said, removing her circlet. As it left her brow, her appearance shifted. Her dark hair lightened to honey gold, her features softened, though the amber eyes remained the same. "I am Helga Hufflepuff, and I have used a magic beyond time itself to come here and undo what we wrought in ignorance." Gasps echoed across the ice as the students beheld one of Hogwarts' legendary founders standing before them. "Each knight is bound to one founder's essence, and each founder chose a successor for when the time came," Helga explained. "And you four have been chosen, by bloodline, by spirit, by destiny, to claim control of these knights." "But why now? Why us?" Helena asked, her Hufflepuff loyalty clearly conflicted by this revelation. "Because I have seen the future that follows if they succeed," Helga said, sorrow etching her ageless face. "A world where magic becomes so wild, so untethered, that it consumes everything." The other founders believed structure was the enemy of true magic. I alone saw that balance was needed. The knights began to move again, raising weapons forged of elemental fury. "Each of you must claim a knight that matches your essence," Helga instructed urgently. Elian, the Fire Knight, responds to courage and decisive action. Cassandra, the Water Knight, respects cunning and adaptability. Orion, the Air Knight, values wisdom and insight. Helena, the Earth Knight, honors loyalty and steadfastness. As if responding to their names, each knight turned toward its chosen successor. The students, driven by instinct and the desperate need for survival, stepped forward to meet their elemental counterparts. What followed was not a battle of wands or incantations, but a struggle of wills. Each student found themselves in a mental landscape, communing with the primal force contained within their knight's armor. Elian stood in an inferno, letting the flames test his resolve rather than fighting them. Cassandra floated in an endless ocean, allowing herself to flow with currents rather than against them. Orion hovered in a tempest, finding the still center of the storm within his analytical mind. Helena rooted herself in a mountain, drawing strength from the bedrock of her convictions. On the physical plane, Helga watched as each knight knelt before its successor, armor changing subtly to reflect aspects of each student's character. But her relief was short-lived as the ice beneath them fractured, revealing a chasm of primordial darkness. From this abyss rose the fifth knight, a figure of void and stars, creation and destruction, its armor both ancient and futuristic, crafted of material that hurt the eyes to behold. The essence of magic itself, Helga breathed. The fifth founder that history forgot. "Fifth founder?" Orion questioned, now wearing gauntlets of swirling mist. "The magic was once personified, a being of immense power that taught the four of us," Helga explained, raising her hands defensively as the fifth knight drew a sword of pure magical energy. "When we created Hogwarts, we bound this being to serve as the school's heart. It agreed, but demanded a price, that should magic ever become too constrained, it would be freed to remake the world." The four students, now connected to their knights, stood alongside Helga as the fifth knight approached. "We cannot defeat it," Helga admitted, "but we can offer it a choice." What unfolded next was not a battle of force, but one of vision. Each student, channeling their knight's elemental power, projected their understanding of magic into the void surrounding the fifth knight, showing not just what magic had become, but what it could be. Elian's flames illustrated passion and transformation. Cassandra's waters reflected healing and connection. Orion's winds carried innovation and discovery. Helena's earth demonstrated nurturing and protection. Together, their elements swirled around the fifth knight, not attacking but encompassing, offering a new covenant. Helga stepped forward, her hands outstretched. "We offer balance, not dominance," she said to the ancient being. "Not wild, not tamed, but a harmony between them." For a moment that stretched into eternity, the fifth knight stood motionless. Then, with a gesture of its starlit hand, it plunged its sword into the ice. The resulting shockwave sent everyone sprawling, and when they rose, the fifth knight was gone. In its place stood a doorway of light. "It offers a choice," Helga said softly. "Hogwarts can remain connected to the world, continuing as it has, or it can step through that portal and become something new, a separate realm where magic might find a truer balance." The four students, still connected to their elemental knights, looked at each other. The choice before them would reshape the future of magic itself. "Not just our decision," Helena said firmly, looking around at her companions. "Everyone at Hogwarts must have a voice." As dawn broke again, somehow, impossibly, the same day starting anew, the four students and Helga walked back to the castle, the knights following like silent guardians. Behind them, on the frozen lake, the doorway of light awaited Hogwarts' choice and the beginning of a new chapter in the eternal story of magic.